Hi-yo! Thank you so much, man.
Rocket one brain. Narf. Oh, why does this always reset?
Narf. Narf.
There we go. That's better. Thank you, Kaio. I appreciate it, buddy. How are you doing today?
And MGB.
MGB, thank you so much, man. 74 months. Good lord, dude. You could have paid off a new car in less time. But much appreciated, everybody, for the subscriptions. Wow, 2 subscriptions back to back is enough to kick off a hype train. Good lord. There's 111 levels to hype trains? Wolf, what's up, man? How, I mean, even if you had 30,000 viewers, how the hell do you get up to 111 level hype train? Hildebrand, what's up, man? How is everybody today? Also, that doesn't surprise me. All right, so today, welcome back for episode 3 of our UnKerbaled Start modded career. All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get this started. Today's going to be a little bit of a shorter stream. I'm going to try to keep it closer to 4 hours, as I need to help out a neighbor, and I also want to make an actual dedicated YouTube video of just how to mod Kerbal Space Program, because I've been getting hit up on Discord the last few days about how do you actually install mods for Kerbal Space Program. So I want to do a dedicated video for that. Because I looked, I mean, there are some other ones out there, but none of them do go from a clean slate. Nobody explains how to do a clean install of Kerbal. And to me, as many times as I've modded Kerbal, that is such a crucial step. You know, is getting that clean slate install. Oh, listen to that thunder kickoff. That's a true southern storm, right? Thunderstorm right there. You know, in California, it's pretty rare to have thunderstorms. It's like extremely rare to have thunderstorms. Well, it's rare to have rain, period. Let's face it. Right, but thunderstorms are really rare. Okay, so we've made some money. We have enough money to upgrade the vehicle assembly building or the spaceplane hangar. I guess it really depends on what we want to unlock, because we have 66.4 science. I was thinking about going to 90 first, right? Thinking about it, maybe. Aviation is going to allow us to, right, we get the Juno jet engine and retractable landing gear. We also get 1.25 meter fairings. We can also make our first helicopter. Right, jet-powered plane would allow us to be able to get to much further biomes for additional science, especially with the retractable landing gear, because they're a little sturdier. But that would mean paying to upgrade the spaceplane hangar, because we're going to need more than 40 parts. General construction's always good while it unlocks a docking port junior. I don't know if I want to unlock a docking port just yet. And then, of course, advanced rocketry is also going to be welcome. First chopper needs to be Airwolf. We could think of something. We won't have afterburners, right? We won't have an afterburning turbofan. But well, maybe not. You know what? Maybe not Airwolf, but maybe something like the how's it called? The Defiant, something similar, kind of like the Defiant. But speaking of Sikorsky helicopters, did you see what they've done to the Blackhawk? Wrong one.
At Ralph's Pharmacy.
Of course, Ralph's Pharmacy. Blah 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 blah. Come on, hurry up.
No appointment needed.
They've made a Blackhawk that is completely autonomous, and all it does is carry cargo. The whole front end opens up. Right? How, like... Yeah, it's the Cargo Hawk. Yeah. So that is quite interesting, but no, I was thinking more of like the Defiant, which didn't end up winning the contest. Right? Maybe not, or its baby brother, whichever the smaller version of this. Right? Just thought this is the big version. Right, but because we have Airplane Plus, or with Airplane Plus, we could also put a pusher propeller on it. Right, but I would need a separate throttle control for it. Used to call them crash hawks. I've been in a Blackhawk crash. Well, technically, I mean, it auto rotated down, but yeah. I mean, it didn't crash, right? But yeah, we had double engine, because it has 2 engines. We had double engine failure and had 2. But I've also, I mean, I probably have a couple hundred, or probably more than a couple hundred, a few hundred hours flying in Blackhawks. We flew in Blackhawks a lot. I've jumped out of Blackhawks. I've rappelled out of Blackhawks. I've staboed, you know, under a Blackhawk. We did a lot with Blackhawks. You know what? You know me. We're going to unlock aviation, and then we're going to upgrade the spaceplane hangar. All right, so we're going to spend the 45 research on that. We'll see what we're going to unlock here, but first we're going to have to unlock this. Or upgrade that. That drops us down to 147 grand. And I do believe we do have some other contracts that we can knock out here. Yeah, I need to test the torch liquid fuel engine. So let's go ahead and do an engine test. Yeah, dude, it was when I was in South Korea. It was wintertime, 20 degrees below ambient temperature. The only place, because we're flying through a river valley, the only place to be able to put the helicopter down was in the river. Right, and it's not, we weren't just like one Blackhawk. It's like 6 Blackhawks, like, flying together. Right, but we had to drop out, basically about 22 miles or so out from base. Right, and they said, but the river was not frozen, even though it was 20 degrees below zero, the river was not frozen over, it moves too fast. Right, so what they told us to do is leave all our gear in the helicopter, and when the helicopter is about 10 feet above the water, jump out into the water, and then swim out and down as far as you can to get away from the helicopter. Right, because the blades are composite. Right, if the blades hit the water, they can shatter like glass. Right, because we didn't know how deep the water was there. Well, it turns out the water was only about 6 feet deep. Right, so the blades never actually hit the water. The helicopter kind of settled on it. Right, and then obviously at that point we're standing on the shore. We're soaking wet. We're absolutely freezing. We had ice forming in our uniforms, and then we had to go back out to helicopter to get our gear and weapons. Right, and the other helicopters, none of them would come back for us because they didn't have enough fuel. Right, so we had to hoof it back with our gear completely submerged. Right, so everything you're carrying is soaking wet. So now everything weighs nearly twice as much, and you're cold beyond words. And now we had to hoof it the 22 miles back.
I can't even put into words how much that sucked.
Nasmore, what's up, buddy? Wait, so you supported rotary wing aviation, but you never actually flew in them? Dude, it's miserable cold. J-Speed, what's up, man? I mean, at some point, though, what happens is, like, everything that you're wearing just freezes. And then you just kind of shake the ice out of it. Plus, I mean, you're carrying, 100 plus pounds of equipment, wet shit now, right? And you're stepping it out, you're walking, carrying it all quite fast. But man, and this is at the end of, we had just finished squad evaluations. Anybody that's ever done anything with infantry or any type of like special will understand what that is. Right, so basically you have different elements. You have team elements. 2 teams make up a squad, right? 4 squads, you know, technically it's 3 squads plus a support squad, makes up a platoon, more or less, and at least in, you know, for the army. Right, so you have different level evaluations, right? So you start with squad evaluations, right, which is basically how well you perform as a squad, but you also work as teams within the squad element. And then you'll go up to the, you know, then you'll do platoon evaluations, and then company evaluations, and then you know, a huge giant you know, combined arms battalion exercise where you have, you know, Air Force support and all kinds of artillery support, like all kinds of stuff. Even at company level you have some of that, but by the time you get to battalion level, dude, you got everything, right? So it's a massive combined arms exercise at that point. But anyway, we're on our way back from squad evals. So you're like, you've been out in the field, you know, doing different things for at least 10 days, right? So, I mean, you haven't had a warm meal. You know, you've had nothing but MREs for 10 days. You smell like a flipping goat. And now all of a sudden, you know, and you're tired. You haven't slept much. You know, you've been tired, hungry, cold, and now you got to do this, you know, a freezing cold, 22-mile freezing cold march. Yeah.
Sucks.
Oh yeah, then you got to get back. Once you get back, you're gonna spend a whole lot of extra time cleaning all your equipment. Eagle, what's going on, my friend? All right, so let's bust out our test rig here. All right, as we need to test the torch engine, I believe, right? It is the engine we're testing, right? Yep, the Mark 1H torch. Mark 1H torch, double checking. Set that up right, and let's put that lower down. All right, and let's go hit the horizontal test pad. Yeah, except you don't get any cocoa, dude. You gotta go. All right, so anybody that has ever been in the military, when you come back from an exercise, number one is always weapons and equipment. That comes first. Always weapons and equipment. Right? I mean, no food unless you know, they might pass out MREs if everybody's out, you know, out of MREs. They may pass out, you know, more MREs while you eat, while you're, you know, still, you know, cleaning your shit. And then once that's done, then you get to go take a shower and then go to the chow hall. And then likely after that, all you want to do is pass the fuck out. All right. Let's get this test underway. And, oh, let's do it this way. Stand clear. Range is hot for a test fire. Commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know, I should probably have this face the other direction because whatever that building that is. Well, I guess we should be facing that way because, yeah, whatever building that is.
No bueno.
You know, I'm so used to doing this with EVA repairs, right? Where you have to do the engine testing more than just once to get, you know, the mean time between failures to increase. Just a guy with a tie and an armchair and a martini glass there looking out the window, getting barbecued. I remember Barris. Barris was like, what was that acronym we came up with again? And that's more. I wish it didn't work like that. Well, I should say, well, when I say gear, I really mean weapons. Once the weapons are done, right, then then you kind of get your own time to clean your gear, right? But but weapons, man, you get nothing until weapons. I didn't drink coffee, so I don't remember if any of that was ever actually brought in. All right, I'm gonna reorientate this while I'm thinking about it. All right, save that. I know people made their own, right? Or Coco, you know, they'd make their own. But yeah, no hot chow ever. Right, until weapons had to be cleaned first. Like always, weapons first on everything. Anyway, I digress. Right, even to the point when you're on exercise, you know, because you're in full tactical situation, you can never have more than 50% of the of a team or a squad cleaning their weapons at once. Right, so you'd have to take turns because you have to clean them, you know, at minimum daily, and if you shoot them, you have to clean them immediately afterwards. M4s are notorious for they don't operate very well dirty. All right, take pressure readings on the surface. I believe these are right nearby, so we can take our vehicle out. Trying to make a little bit more funds back yet first. Because we have to pay to unlock a whole bunch of parts. All right, let's bring out the KUV-2. And we'll let beer. We'll let Beer drive around. We're gonna let Bill drive around. Yep, cheers. Oh, speaking of, so yesterday morning, right? It's probably like around 7:30 in the morning. I took Delta V to the park, right? And as we get to the park, the first picnic table that's right there, there's a guy sitting there, right? He's, you know, fairly well dressed, and he's sitting there like drinking a 6-pack of beer, right? At like, you know, no, it wasn't like 7:30. It was like 8. It was probably around 8 in the morning, maybe a little after, actually. Now that I think about it, right? Yesterday, and he's sitting there drinking a 6-pack of beer, and he's like chugging the beers down, right? And as we're passing him, like, one of those kind of days, huh? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I went into work this morning, and they told everybody they're laid off. And I was like, damn, that sucks. You know, he's just like, I don't want to go home yet. Yeah, Hildebrand. Yeah, because so the park, if you do one lap around the park, it's roughly a mile. By the time we came back around to start our second lap, he was gone. And when I said he was pounding those beers. So, but yeah, he probably shouldn't have driven. But yeah, I know what you're saying. But yeah, my sister said the same thing. You know, slam 6 beers and then let's go drive. You know, for all I know, maybe he needed his 6 beers to work up the courage to be able to tell his wife he just lost his job. All right, where do we need to drive for these? All right, the close one's right over there. It's about just under 2 kilometers out. And I still can't believe how good all of this looks, man. Dude, seriously, Black Rack. Like, super home run. Alright, we gotta be a little bit more careful with this vehicle. Since we're out in front over the tire. Nope, 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 don't go that way. Because that is for certain a death sentence for Bill. We have no front bumper or anything else. It's straight into the cabin. Yeah, so we want to make sure we're not going to be yeeting across the driveway like we did the other day. We hit the brakes. We actually do have science here. All right, I'm gonna keep the goo. Material study. There we go. We're gonna keep that. All right, let's EVA Bill. See if there's a EVA report or a. Well, that's all I can do so far because we have to up. I forgot to do a surface sample. We have to upgrade the. Right, restore that. Oh, I forgot that we can alright, collect data and restore. And... Oh, he can't restore. He's not a scientist. I forgot. He's not a scientist. He can't restore. He's an engineer. Oh, we can close the doors though. Not a big deal. Right, it's the barometer that we need for the contract. Supersonic, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Thank you, sir. Now, there's been more people than I expected that were, you know, happy about me coming back and doing some more Kerbal. Yeah, it's just after the whole KSP2 fiasco and having, you know, stupid amount of hours in this game. You know, you kind of get burned out. I appreciate it, Supersonic. Yep, everybody liked my airplanes. And I see Urban's become quite the popular KSP streamer. Yeah, and then when you find out that KSP2 was doomed from the very, very beginning, you know, it hurts even worse. Like, I mean, it was, you know, when you learn the early decisions that were made before they even started working on it, I mean, it was never going to be a thing. You know, it's even harder to swallow. And I paid for the game, right? I paid the $50. All right, and that is contract complete. All right, so we're gonna drive back towards the KSC. Yeah, Hildebrand, Intercept Games was not nearly as supportive of the greater content creator community as Squad was. Right, Squad was quite generous to the, you know, the greater KSP community. You know, like every now and then, you know, I would get a little care package, and it would be a KSP T-shirt, or, well, it's gone now, but they gave me a little 3D printed Kerbal, you know, with the, you know, with rocket on it, and like my flag and stuff on it. You know, they would do stuff from like that from like time to time. You know, and they would always, you know, on the KSP webpage, they would always have, you know, whoever was streaming, you know, they'd have it listed up there, and it's, you know, it's something that Intercept never embraced. In fact, the only content creator I know that Intercept Games really embraced fully was Shadow Zone. So yeah, well, it does look very promising. It's also because, I mean, well, you know who's working on it, right? Nearly the entire Squad crew that did KSP1 is working on it, right? Plus, you know, several of the mod authors. Oh, let's recover this. Right, like BlackRack and Lynx are working on KSA. All right, Bill Kerman. Yeah, and the only thing that KSP2 got better than KSP1 was the sounds. You know, the sound effects. Eagle, no. Not unless they start over from scratch. As I said, like, Shadow Zone did a little mini documentary, right? And talking to people, you know, off the record, so to speak, you know, because they're not, you know, they're still under NDA, right? So they kind of, you know, interviewed with them like off the record and stuff like that. But KSP2, there's no salvaging it. Right, and the reason for it is because it is literally built on old KSP1 code, right? Like pre 1.0 code, like 0.9 era code. That's why it had all the same flipping bugs, even though they swore up and down, even doing interviews, that it shared no code with KSP1. Well, somebody decompiled it and compared it to KSP1, and it's the exact same, right? They took old KSP1 code. Right, so a lot of the bugs that had been fixed in KSP1, you know, through later iterations, came out again in KSP2, right? And it's part of it is because the KSP2 dev team was not allowed to talk to Squad, right? And the KSP-1 dev team. In fact, the KSP-1 dev team wasn't even aware that KSP-2 was happening until they were already, you know, only a few months before they announced it, you know, to the world. So yeah, whoever bought KSP2, there is no hope of KSP2 becoming anything more than what it is. Which is...
a pile of fucking shit.
All right, contracts. What else we got? Launch a new vessel, reach space, and we need to return home safely. I'm not ready to do that just yet. Let's pop over to mission control and see what else we have. A polar satellite. We're gonna get to that because we're probably gonna do that with ScanSat. Moon Minmus exploration, not doing that yet. Crude milestones, break the sound barrier. We're getting ready for that. We'll probably do that here soon, actually. All right, CleverSat, put a new satellite, new orbit of Kerbin. Yeah, that's going up to, yeah, those specific parameters. Not just yet. Not ready to start exploring the moon just yet. Islands, northern ice shelf, southern ice shelf. Yeah, those are long flights, so not just yet. You know, I guess we could launch sounding rockets for those. Or a suborbital rocket. And man, Twitch is really being janky today. You missed the voice simulator?
Really? You missed this thing?
Or should it be more like this?
Supersonic retro propulsion.
Oh, let's start an airline. We had started doing that in our other one. Not there just yet. All right, test the Juno basic jet engine in flight over Kerbin. We can do that because we're going to be making our first jet here momentarily. Analyze the surface of Kerbin's water and Kerbin's deserts. Mystery goo in Kerbin's water. And a material study. Oh, this we can do. We can do this. All right, so let's grab that contract. Gather leftovers high in space. I'm going to hold off on that just yet. Perform an orbital study from space around Kerbin. Magnetometer, mystery goo, material study. Magnetometer, temperature scan. Problem is we have to... Oh, we can partially do this already with the one satellite that we have up. But I'm going to hold on that just yet. Yeah, we already have the ScanSat. Contracts. Not just yet. And, of course, surveys. Those are all high altitude. Alright, so we have all we can do. Alright, so let's do this one first. Alright, as that'll be a decent amount of money with all these. Alright, all we gotta do is go drive our rover into the water. From the harbor. And then launch it again out in the desert. And then we'll begin working on our first jet. All right, Val. Harbor rover spawn. Thing about the helicopter, though, the way helicopters work in Kerbal, you must have reaction wheels. Right? The Rocketology Rebalance mod removes reaction wheels from all airplane cockpits. And I don't know if we have supplementary reaction wheels yet. I don't know if we've unlocked those in a tech tree. So we may have to hold on building a helicopter. All right, Val. Come over this ridgeline and yeet it into the water. Our van floats quite well. I should put a propeller on it. And make it an amphibious. Alright, Mystery Goo. Event, what do you mean there, MGB? Alright, Mr. Good, we have... Oh, we just need everything from the water. Just keep it all, even if we already have the science from it. Any EVA report? Not really, but I'm gonna take one anyway. Alright, and log magnetometer data. We can grab that. Alright, let's recover. Oh, I was reading it as events. You meant even KSPS climate change effects. The building is getting flooded. No, we actually drove off into the water at the harbor. All right, so we brought back 5.9 science. Really? That didn't count? That didn't count? It just gave us the science? What? What? Alright, let's do the desert. And see what's up with that. Give the Kerbals ores? Yeah. Alright, Jeb. Go out to the desert airfield. Alright, we are landed in the desert. Biome, it's not reading us as being in the desert. Okay, now it's reading us as being in the desert. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe we weren't far enough out in the water. All right, let's gather all the science. Got pressure scan. We have Mystery goo we have. Material study we have. Temperature scan we have. Okay. So whatever reason, it wasn't showing us. It did not accept that other biome we drove in the water. It didn't accept us as being in the water. Yeah, we may need to go. Well, for some of the other stuff, it works. For some contracts, being in the water there, it works. Right, like if it says like splash down, it works. But I guess as far as biome, it doesn't. All right, but we did bring back enough science to unlock our other node that I wanted to get. Science from new biomes, we get an extra 15 grand. Analyze the surface of Kerbin's waters and deserts. Well, these are all partial completions. All right, we're gonna go ahead because we're moving to jets. Jets and dirt runways
don't get along.
At least not in real life. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and spend 75 grand to upgrade the runway. I'm also gonna go ahead and spend another 75 grand to upgrade the launch pad. Tracking station we already did once, right? Yep. Okay, so that's been upgraded. That's been upgraded. That's been upgraded. That's been upgraded. Spaceplane hangar's been upgraded. The vehicle assembly building has not yet. But we're gonna go try. I'm gonna mess with something. We're gonna do something silly. We're gonna do something a little silly. This is not a permanent feature. This is a temporary feature. To an extent, yes. Oh, crap. Alright, I'm gonna save that. I didn't want to save that, but I forgot we need to warp a day. Because we're gonna go drive off into the water. Alright, but I needed my Kerbals back. But it is just gonna be Bob, the scientist. Bob is not going to like this. Bob is really not gonna like this. Notice Bob keeps looking up. He's nervous about that jet engine sitting on top. Let's face it. I would be too, right? Would you be nervous? Oh, but look how silky smooth the runway is, Bob. Turn your lights on, Bob. Oh, somebody was drunk right here. Now the painted line, I like that even on level 2, the painted lines are crooked. All right, slow down a little, Bob. Now going full yeet off of the end of that would have been a bad idea. Yeah, but Bob, just think, man, after you're done with this, you can just come out here and hang 10 in the palm trees on the beach. Don't go too fast. Only issue is that we have no, I just realized we have no control in the water. And that engine's really above the center of mass. Alright, so it's trying to push Bob underwater. As I said, I don't have any steering. I just wanted to see if it would work. Yeah, now without additional controls and turning this into a hydroplane, and this actually needs to be underwater. Right, but you can see the effect of thrust torque, like, firsthand. Right, as it's trying to push the thing over like this. Yeah, there's the IVA view. All right, any other science to be had here? Yeah, 1.1. We'll take it. All right, let's recover that. MGB, yeah, well, didn't you see Bob's expression as we were driving down the runway? He kept looking up at the roof. He's like,
I don't know about this.
all right, let's get rid of that. Okay, first airplane. Oh, well, not first airplane, second airplane. Our first jet. All right, I am going to use the supersonic cockpit, even though we're going to do a jet. We actually do have a I should take that contract before we fly. I take the contract about going supersonic. Well, probably won't do it in level flight, but it might do it in a dive. Because it's always about the science. Let's put in a science junior first. A lot of your early airplanes all end up looking the same. Oh, I was gonna do engines on the side. That shows the wrong part. I need to attach them to that one. And then gizmo them up. I want to do it that way? No. I'm thinking more like... do it this way. Basically going to be the inverse of our... That's an awful lot of wing. I actually might just go with that for this experimental plane. All right, and I need control surfaces. Well, I'm gonna fix that later. Nope. I'm actually gonna do this. Alright, that's gonna be yaw only. We're going pretty minimalistic with this. We're going super minimalistic. In fact, I think I'm gonna lose this tank right there. Even at least for this first experimental plan, we're gonna go extremely minimalistic. Do these really provide that much lift? These produce more lift than the wing? Collective wing area 0.3. Collective wing area 0.5. These nearly generate as much lift as that. Right, these are 0.25. Once I put control surfaces on this, the center lift is going to come back up. Alright, these are flaps only. Alright, those are ailerons. Right, and this is going to be our experimental, our part of our X series of aircraft that we're going to end up having. This is going to be the X1 Alpha, XP1 Alpha. And you know what? We're just going to call it the Sonic. Right? Just think Sonic the Hedgehog, and then it works. All right, so now all we need is landing gear. This thing is going to sit really low. This might even have to come down one. These are 1.2. There's a set to go in a obviously a larger surface than this. I might push them in. Let's see how that works actually. Well, they'd have to come down one at least, no matter what. I'd really need to do it like that. I don't know if I'm going to go with these landing gear or not. We'll see. Doesn't look too bad. All right, let's see here. Let's get the rest of this going. All right, comms. Oh, battery as well. Give a little more battery. Usual aviation light treatment. I'll get there eventually. Right, remove from symmetry, and you go red. Go green. Okay, what's up, buddy? How are we doing today, Onka? All right, let's save this. And let's go get that supersonic contract real quick. I said I don't know if this will actually break the sound barrier. It'll be close. I think we might be able to do it in a dive. Uh-huh. Crude milestones, break the sound barrier. Let's take that contract. If not, we can easily do a rocket-powered version of that. Hedgehog 1, ready to fly. Alright, so who should it be? Should it be Jeb or Val? First pilot, break the speed of sound. Val? Alright. Val, well... They agree with you, apparently. The Kerbal gods agree and have already put Val in the cockpit. It doesn't like the landing gear being out either. Right. Spring damper control. bring the spring strength up. Forgot to action group that, but that's okay. Oh, and the flaps. I forgot to action group some things. Alright, but otherwise, let's do a control surface check. I do deploy these. Which way do they go? They do go down. Alright. They clip pretty hard in the landing gear. Alright, get all that set up. Go ahead and get the engine started. Alright, taxi test. And brakes. Wait, Val, you can't see shit out of this thing. Uh-oh, that's bad news. This thing got all squirrely. Well, it's still somewhat stable. Get a little bit of science out of it. Engine speed? That's a good question. Yes, flaps do actually work very well in KSP. However, their placement is critical. Not just where they are in the wing, but where they are in relation to the center of mass and center of lift. If they're too far back from the center of mass, they're gonna, let me turn this down some. They're gonna act as elevators instead. Right, they need to be as close to the center of mass as possible. Right, like a delta winged aircraft, you can't do flaps. It's just not a thing. You can do leading edge flaps, but you cannot do trailing edge flaps. Because they wouldn't be flaps, they would be elevators. Alright, just to give you an idea, I'll turn on the aero overlay right here. Alright, let me go into a little bit less of a climb here. Right, so you can see here, this is how much lift is being provided from this control surface. Watch what happens when I drop these, but also watch our speed. Right, and look at our velocity vector. Watch this circle. This circle's going to go wink. Right, and our velocity is going to start slowing down because we're basically trading increased drag for increased lift. At the same time, watch how big these yellow arrows get. Look at how much more lift they generate. And also look how much drag. Look how much our speed is dropping. We're up to about 9,000 meters almost, so let's go ahead and level out. We're gonna lose a little bit of altitude here as our speed comes up. I need to make a black rat command. Hildebrandt, not exactly. Yes, the answer is both yes and no. All right, so Hildebrandt, they can be found there. However, he does have it behind a paywall, but they are, as you can see, absolutely worth it because the clouds are stunning. Right? It's a different version of Scatterer, a different version of Eve, right? And it also has, you know, the volumetric clouds. And absolutely worth it, dude. You want to see sunrises and sunsets and the storms. I want to see a sunrise and a sunset in a storm. But I mean, he put some serious work into these, so in my opinion, is it worth, you know, being behind the paywall? Yes, it is. And as I said, you only need to sub for the month, do the download, and then you can cancel. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and put us back into a climb here. Now that we built up our speed a little bit more, we're going to get a little bit more altitude. And yes, we lost one elevator on the runway. It got really squirrely. With our nose down position and our angle of incidence, we should have just been able to take, it should have just lifted off on its own. And we're going to come around back towards the KSC here. Yeah, Val can't see anything in here, man. I'm doing a slow, lazy turn here. Oh, the way the hatch sits in here. Yep. I wish somebody had made a patch to use raster prop monitor props with the Airplane Plus stuff. That would have been nice. Let's look at that crew report too. And that's right. Yeah, that's true. Wait, didn't they have a periscope? And didn't he have a periscope to be able to look at the outside of the airplane? Oh, they did the IVA stuff. Okay. But I know, like the X-15, they had a periscope. Did some of the earlier X-planes have periscopes? I don't remember. And that's where I'm gonna have to look at for a pip here as we accelerate. I'm gonna go ahead and see can. No, I really don't want to adjust this mod list anymore. That might actually be worth it. Oh, I see Pappy. I see Pappy lights and Pappy plug-in. Yeah, but some of the Airplane Plus cockpits, you wouldn't just be able to slap you wouldn't an IVA over because of the way in the internal layout, like this one, as an example. And that's where it's called APIP. I'm guessing it is not in in CCAN. I see the Reviva. The IVA Revival. Airplane Plus IVA pack. What version of KSP? I'm guessing it must be a manual download then. Okay, I have the GitHub for it. I know, but I would like, what version? Do you know what version of KSP was actually last updated for? 1.12.3. So why isn't it? Oh, I guess it's just not registered with CCAN. I have my CCAN to go for everything from 1.8 till 1.12.5, and it's not showing up, which means it's not registered with CCAN at all. Not to worry, something to look at later. Okay, let's come around to the right. A nice slow turn coming back to the east, and then we're gonna go let the speed come back up a little bit, And then we're going to go into a dive and see if we can't go supersonic. If not, there's a cheesy little trick that we can do. And that's why I'm guessing that it's just not registered with CCAN. Yeah, my CCAN grabs everything from 1.8 forward. Because 1.8 is the last time that they upgraded a Unity engine. That's why I chose 1.8. There are some mods, even in this install, that go way back. Like Career, the Career that we're using, the Career Evolution, that's 1.3. Even Kerbinside Core is 1.3 or 1.5. Some things work, some things do not. Right, good enough. Let's let our speed, because we're going to need every little bit of speed we can, because once we start diving, it also means the atmosphere is getting thicker, right? Which means drag is going to go up. Nessa, yeah, I'll take a look at it. Right, let's do a little fizz warp. We basically need to exceed 343 meters a second. The closer we can get to that, the better. Let's put it into a 30-degree dive here in... go now. That's 300 meters per second. It's the limiting factor about going supersonic, believe it or not, is the air intakes. I need to put up another aviation one that gives us Mach number. Oh, we are so close. 339 meters per second. That's all she's got. That's all we're going to get out of it. Technically, parts of the aircraft would be supersonic right there, but... Alright, pull some G's, Val. Alright, let's go land this thing. Hope the landing gear don't kill us. Yeah, 4X fizz warp, no bueno. Do you see how much the wings bent? You can see the additional stress on the aircraft with fizz warp. And I think I'm going to swap these panels out for another set of these. These I think are too much. I think the last time I did a plane similar to this, I twig scaled these down to be like 80% or 60% of their size. Because they generate so much lift. Look how much drag those landing gear make. Dude. Come out of Fizz Warp here. We definitely don't want to land with Fizz Warp. We don't even really know what our stall speed is. You can kind of get an idea what your stall speed is by looking at your pitch meter over here on the bottom left. If that starts really climbing really rapidly, then you know you're approaching stall speed. Right now I know we have a ways to go to stall speed because we're not deflecting all that far yet. And now I'm starting to feel that we're missing the other one. Yep, see how it's climbing? All of a sudden, really rapidly. Ugh. Woo! It's because of how short the wheelbase is. It's not just the landing gear, it's how short the wheelbase is. Alright, let's recover that. Yeah, any landing you can walk away from. Alright, so there are some things we need to tweak with that. Yeah, didn't need to lead wings anymore anyway. They had served their purpose. Alright, and it gives us 10 more science. And Valentina got a G-Force 5 ribbon. That's gonna make Jeb really, jealous. Alright, we're gonna warp to the next morning here. First up, spring rate. Max that out. And I'm gonna do this. I thought I had a... I had a half one of these. Only wanted the half one. Thought I had a half one. Oh, we can do this, but I don't remember. Do these occlude aerodynamically? The structural tubes, I don't remember if they occlude aerodynamically or not. I mean, if not, I can put in a half junior fuel tank and just make it empty. Alright, I'm gonna try taking those down to 75. Move these from roll, deploy angle. Alright, custom 1 is going to be toggle engines. Custom 2 is flaps. You don't want to move them too far back, but I do want a little bit more space. I'm going to leave that fuel empty for now. That tank empty. I more or less just want the longer fuselage so I can stretch the landing gear out. I make it really stable on the or should make it more stable on the landing gear. Should. Keyword there. Should. All right, what other changes did I want to make? Also means our batteries are now buried inside the fuel tank. I forgot to hit run test while we were flying because we have a contract to test the Juno engine. Hey, Chief. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I need to change something here anyway. I gotta pull the wing off, so we're gonna have to reset it. How's life in Chief's world? Damn, that sneeze came out of nowhere. And another one. Oh, really? You were lurking while eating? What did you have? What did you consume and that you did not invite the rest of the class to? Roasted chicken in the oven with potatoes and vegetables. Nice. Last night, dude, I did a corned beef brisket. You know, with cabbage, potatoes, and carrots and everything, but I let it cook for like almost 10 hours in the crock pot.
Oh, so good.
I have another idea. I don't want those too far back. I forgot that there are some parts in Airplane Plus that are missing textures, and there's a fix for it, and I can't remember for the life of me what I did in the past to get them to work correctly. There's something there. There's a trick that you need to do to get it to recognize the textures. Because essentially, what's happening is it's not recognizing the restock textures. But there is something that you can do to get them to point in the right direction. And I cannot remember what the hell that is at the moment. Maki, what's up, buddy? Yes, this is the contract to exceed Mach 1. And Goofy Shot, what's going on, my friend? Goofy Shot, I take it you know Chief? Alright, not nearly as cheesy as I was originally thinking. Alright, I'm gonna attach them there and then gizmo them. Does the cockpit really weigh that much to be able to pull the center lift so far forward? Dang. I mean, center mass so far forward? Way further back than I'd like. Good shot. No, dude. I was only in for 6.5 years. Yeah, because nobody that had been in a Ranger battalion for 10 years walked normal. Nobody. I was like, nope, I'm not going to do that. So I tried to change my MOS and they wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me change my MOS because they needed Rangers more than anything else. I'm like, well, then I'm just going to get out. So I got out. Plus, too, I was just tired, dude. I mean, out of 6.5 years, I spent 18 months of it in pure training, and then 4.5 years deployed. So it's like there's like no downtime. Shit, I was in for 3 years, so the first time I was able to take leave. That actually doesn't look too bad, right? And our total mass is still pretty low. And this is way further back than I'd like. Scientific, since I got out of the military? No. Did I? No, I didn't. I looked into it, but it was so god-awful expensive that I ended up just selling my my kit. I had to make a choice: motorcycles or parachuting. I chose motorcycles. That's really what happened. And I didn't skydive for the Army, just so you're, I mean, technically, kind of, sort of, I skydived in the Army, but I didn't skydive for the Army, if that makes any sense, right? Like, I didn't go to, the Army skydiving schools, right? I went to, I mean, obviously I went to airborne school, right? But that's not skydiving. I happen to have two different squad leaders when I was in. They were former Golden Knights, and they taught me to skydive. Right, on a military base, you know, on the army base. Most bases have a jump club, right, that you can join, and it you basically you don't really have to pay for the aircraft, right? Because it's usually pilots that need flight hours anyway, right? And almost all of my skydives are out of a Chinook. That is really far back. I'm not happy with that setup. Oh, and it's still really far back. It has to do with the mass of this cockpit. How heavy is this cockpit, man? 0.926 tons. So almost 1/4 of the mass of the aircraft is in this cockpit. So yes, I'm gonna go with some fixed canards up front. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. And that really is best choice, isn't it? All right, let's try 2/3 sized. Oh god. Is they're back for even further. Right, they're gonna help. It'll help us with our stability on the runway. All right, Jeb is gonna give it a try this time. One more action group. All right, send it. All right, Jeb. Let's do it. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do here is we're gonna do a high-speed taxi test simulation. Keyword there, simulation. All right. Starts getting really squirrely. But I exceeded our takeoff speed. Yep, the bouncing around is par for the course. What I'm gonna do here though is I'm gonna raise that nose spring strength to 2. I also have to remember that we did that. All right, Jeb, you are clear for takeoff. No longer simulation. We're doing it for real. Just as I said, wheels and any wheels in KSP are always janky as hell. I mean, it looks like an experimental plane, right? Okay, let's go ahead and run our test. Are we not meeting the parameters? What are the parameters? Oh, we gotta be above 10,000 meters. Okay. I thought we just had to be flying. No, we gotta be above 10,000 meters. Lightning over there in the distance. All right, I'm going to go ahead into a 15-degree climb. Yeah, more like X1 inspired. I mean, it's kind of like what this cockpit is meant for, is to look X1-ish. X1, X2. Alright, let's drop the nose down to about 5 degrees. Still climbing, but letting that speed come up. at Mach 0.7 right now. I'm going to continue to climb here so that we can do the Juno test. Which we just have to stay above 150 meters a second. I'm going to increase our climb right here a little bit. And these canards are fixed. They're not control surfaces. Right, there's 9,900. There's 10,000. We have met all parameters. All right, run test. Okay, contract complete. I'm going to drop the nose to the horizon, and then we're going to start a banking turn back towards the KSC as our speed, starts to come back up a little bit. We're just going to do a slow, lazy turn. Back around towards the KSC. We can't really fly very far because we don't really have a whole lot of fuel on board. This fuel tank here is just to extend the fuselage. So I can get the landing gear further away to increase the track. But this fuel tank is empty on purpose. And I did not tune these. In fact, I didn't even look at Kerbal Engineer to see what these are capable of. We're gonna find out when we light them up. Scientific, break the sound barrier. Well, it was tested Juno engine above 10,000 meters, which we did, and now it's break the sound barrier. All right, let's let that speed come back up. Right over 400 knots. Mach 0.7. Scientific sound barrier doesn't change regardless of scale. So whether it's stock scale or RS real scale, RSS, it's still roughly 343 meters a second. It's variable depending on altitude. All right, we're at Mach 0.75. I think it's about as good as we're gonna get. Mach 0.76. 8,500 meters. 447 knots. We're still slightly accelerating. It's 450 knots. Scientific atmospheres, yes, gravity doesn't affect it. The denser the atmosphere, the faster you have to go. Like the speed of sound in water is extremely fast. Right, the density of material, the faster the speed of sound is. The less dense it is, the slower the speed of sound is. 0.78. Right, let's go ahead and hit it here. All right, Jeb, are you ready? Here we go, buddy. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. Mach 0.9, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, Mach 1. Mach 1.02, Mach 1.05. Wait, why didn't it? Well, 343 meters. There we go. At this out, they want 343, which is what it is at sea level. At sea level, it's 343 meters per second. Mach 1.32, 133. Mach 1.33 is what we got up to. But we did break the sound barrier. We just have to return home safely. All right, contract complete for that test the Juno engine. All right, Jeb, have some fun, buddy. You've earned it. Yeah, the SRB glow is pretty good looking with it. And now we're just below Mach 1. Drag is starting to increase. And, Kerbal does a weird things with the air intakes to kind of limit how fast you can actually go. Jeb, buzz in the tower. All right, big old brake turn. Alright, gear coming down. Flaps coming down. Throttle coming back up because, damn, look at that speed fall off. I guess I could have ditched the monoprop. That would have helped. Man, why are these so sensitive? Hit the brakes. Yeah, these landing gear are still kind of janky. Goofy shot. Yes, I built the plane myself. Yeah, the point is, you build everything yourself. Like, and I mean everything. Right? They just give you the parameters, the physics, and a big old box of Lego. But Goofy Shot, it's not just about airplanes. You also do rockets. You can go to the moon. You can go to other planets. You can go to their moons. No, just we're still very early in the career for this. All right, so Jeb got a G-Force 4 ribbon and a multiple contracts ribbon, and Val has to rub it in that she has a G-Force 5 ribbon. Yeah, Goofy, have you never seen Kerbal Space Program before? And there we go, break the sound barrier. Mission success. You have proven the naysayers that the sound barrier is no longer stopping us from getting our Kerbals into space. And yeah, you have plenty of opportunities to make everything go boom, and more opportunities to turn your Kerbals into paste. And what you can build is going to be limited to your imagination. Right, like these are all things that I have built. Some of these are parts from mods. Like this one is a lot of modded parts. But these are all things that I have built in previous playthroughs. Right, I'm kind of known for making lots of airplanes. This airplane is actually all stock, this one. All right, and a lot of these have like specific purposes. Like this one was designed to be able to get science from anywhere on Kerbin and carry a rover around with you in case you needed more. It's basically a mobile science airplane that can land in most biomes. Right, it was short takeoff and landing. All right, so this one is I was messing around with the stock propellers. The stock propellers are kind of. But I did it just to show what you can do, right? So this is actually, believe it or not, a large cargo seaplane. Right, this plane is actually designed for the water, right? You can land it on land, but you can also take off in the water, and it has counter-rotating rotors that use the stock propeller system, which anybody will tell you in chat is kind of like, really? But yes, this is actually a seaplane. All right, and then this is just like an early game trainer jet, also completely stock, right? It was just to teach people how to make airplanes, right? The anatomy of an airplane, what makes an airplane an airplane. You're getting the airplane theme here. All right, this is something. This is what I took inspiration from something called the Aldrin Cycler. He never designed a vehicle. I'm talking about Buzz Aldrin. He never actually designed the vehicle, but he came up with the concept of an orbital vehicle, not just orbital, right? But it's an interplanetary vehicle, and also to go between Earth and the Moon, and that's all it does. It doesn't re-enter the atmosphere. It doesn't land on the Moon. Doesn't land on Mars like in real life. All it would use is primarily is the gravity of those three bodies, right? To fling itself back and forth around, and you would launch a vehicle that would accelerate up to it, rendezvous with it to be able to transfer, crew and supplies over, and then this would just continue going, and it would be nuclear powered. Right, but that's the idea behind this vehicle. Right, and then you can also make space planes. right? Like single stage to orbit space planes, which is what this one is. This is a small crew only single stage to orbit space plane. Hippie, yeah, more or less, yeah. You can also make your own space shuttles. And why make the NASA space shuttle when you can make your own, right? So I give you Prometheus, which is basically Space Shuttle 2.0, right? Everybody had a NASA-inspired shuttle. It's nearly everybody. And I got asked a lot why I didn't have a shuttle at the time. And it was basically because everybody else had one. So I decided, okay, well, what if we made a shuttle today? What would it be like, right? What would Space Shuttle 2.0 be? Right? Leveraging as much as you could from the original. That's the concept, and I ran with it. You can also make boats. You can make boats. Boats are a thing. More space plane. Bigger space planes. Right, you can even, there's even mods to be able to do historical rockets. If you know anything about rockets, here is an early Vanguard. Right, which is like one of the first rockets from the 1950s. Right, all the way up to the glorious Saturn V. Goofy shot, does the boat fly? You can make a flying boat if you really wanted to. But no, I did the boats for, I did manual recovery. Right, so instead of hitting the recover button like you saw earlier, when we land on a runway, we collect the vessel, right? You can do that from anywhere on Kerbin. But what I would actually have it is that if somebody landed in the water, you come back from space and your capsule lands in the water, you'd have to go out and get the crew and get the capsule and then bring it back. Right? It was something more to be able to use instead of just making rockets. Because basically, once you start making rockets, you really, in the vanilla game, you really don't need to make airplanes anymore. You can just, it's all rockets. Right, but I would do something like this where you'd actually go out and pick up the crew and you would bring back, you know, and the capsule and bring it back. You also get more your money back, right? Recycling is a, you know, so you get more of your money back the closer you are to the KSC. So if you splash down out here, you'd actually go and, you know, bring them back. You get more money in return. Right, you can also salvage operations. Right, because you're going to crash, and you're going to crash
a lot.
Right, for one reason or another. So also you can do, you know, salvage operations. Right, it was just something to add more flavor. Maki, I won't be able to see it. In the daytime, I can't see him from here. It's got to be at night. And do I have a seaplane single stage orbit? No, I never saw a reason to make one. Yeah, Maki, if it's at night and or, well, even better, if it's just after sunset or just before sunrise, you can see them easily. But in the middle of the day, you can't see them at all. And that's just a very small amount of stuff that you've built that you can do. You can also build vehicles. You can build rovers. You can also make your own SpaceX-style landing rockets. Right, where you can land the first stage. Right, these are screenshots from when we did our NASA DART mission. Right, the asteroid redirect mission, where we literally did a SpaceX-style launch because NASA literally put out a challenge. Right, and they commissioned a mod to be made for Kerbal Space Program to do an asteroid redirect, right, where you basically build, you know, your own Kerbalized version of the DART probe, right, that they were going to slam into an asteroid, and they already, you know, in real life this already happened, right, but the time for the leading up to the launch of it, because SpaceX was doing the launch of the DART probe, right? So that's why, you know, you get extra points if you did the SpaceX style rocket. So I designed one. Well, I've done many of them, but I designed a new one for this specifically, right? So this is us practicing, you know, landing the first stage back at the KSC, which is harder than you think it is. Right, and then we actually launched the probe. Right, so here we are bringing the first stage back. Right, the probe continues on. There's the probe right there on the second stage. Right, here we are bringing the first stage back. So I'm flipping back and forth between these two craft. Right, we landed the stage. And that's the other part why, you know, it gets a little bit more challenging, is because you're leaving your upper stage in acceleration towards an intended target. And an asteroid is a very small target, right? It is, I mean, it is like aiming at a BB, right? With an even smaller BB, you know, from way beyond what you can see, right? And it's not even just like firing, because you fire it and it's gone. You actually are, you know, you're doing a slower acceleration up to, you know, a speed fast enough to be able to go to that asteroid, right? So you're thinking about that in your mind while you're still trying to land a rocket that doesn't like to fly through the atmosphere. Right, and here we are. We separated the probe from the upper stage. Right, now we're accelerating the probe again, right, which used the plasma engine, an ion engine. And here we are. This is as soon as we can see the probe, dude, this literally goes so fast because of how fast we're traveling. So there's the asteroid. It's actually two asteroids, right? We're in close proximity to each other. And one of them is the one you would need to hit. So literally, we smacked it. This is how much we changed the orbit by. It's not a whole lot, right? But you don't have to, but you have to remember, when you affect one side of an orbit, on this side, it might be a small change on this side, but it's a really big change on the other side. Right? It's about leverage. All right, so you can see we're traveling at 3,156 meters per second. And in this frame, you can't even see, you know, the asteroid that we're actually hitting yet, right? You can see the side asteroid. The other one is still out of frame. Right, and now all of a sudden it just pops in literally one frame before you're hitting it, and I did it first try. Right, and we hit it dead center. Right, I did a quick save before we did this, and so I could go back and reload it to be able to take different screenshots. But I streamed this live. Right, but we actually hit that asteroid like square. Right, for the redirect. And I actually got a shout out by NASA for doing that on Twitter. I actually got NASA actually gave me a shout out, which is kind of crazy thing to think about. I don't know, you know, it's just, you know, somebody that streams rockets or about rockets, right? But, you know, to actually get a, you know, reply, you know, a shout out by, you know, from NASA and from, you know, the KSP-1 devs, you know, from when this happened. But pretty cool nonetheless, right? Hippie, yeah, they tapped Team Galileo to make it. Right, so Galileo, Ohio Bob, Jada Mar, MGB, I think you helped out on that one too, didn't you? MG on creating the Dart mod. And by the way, the Dart mod is on CCAN. Right, Ohio Bob. I think Lynx also helped out. Right, and they had to keep it quiet. Like, part of the agreement was they had to keep it quiet until NASA made their, announcement about it. Yeah, and Hippie, they've even, well, the original squad does. They also partnered with the ESA. There's an engine and booster skins from them partnering with the European Space Agency over the development of Ariane 5. So I'm hoping KSA actually has that kind of gets that kind of attention, right? KSP2 never got it, right? It wasn't there. But KSP1 garnered all kinds of attention. Yeah, and
There is no KSP2. It does not exist. It was put in a big can, tied to a cinder block, and dropped in the middle of the ocean.
all right, what are we doing now? Let's take a look at our contracts. Well, let's see what other ones we have outstanding. That's right. We need to do a splashdown actually in the water. So I think we can do our sounding rocket. All right, we need a goo, an atmospheric pressure scan, and a material study. That is an issue with our sounding rocket because we don't have one that big, that size yet. That would also be a big sounding rocket. We also need to do a suborbital return. What other contracts do we have here? All right. Yeah, polar satellite. Lunar flyby, not ready for that. Mimus flyby, not ready for that. Satellite launches. Part testing. All right, test the ruggedized wheel. Landed at Kerbin. We can do that. That's an easy test. Test a 1.875 meter heat shield. Landed at Kerbin. We can do that. Test the Mark 12 R radio mount drogue chute in flight over Kerbin. That one we can't do yet because that's basically more or less nearly supersonic. Actually, that's a possibility, just not just yet. Gather data from the surface at Kerbin's tundra. That's a lot of money. I'm gonna take that contract because that's a lot of money. Need low altitude surveys. Yep, that one. Alright, so we had some low altitude surveys. And we can consider starting an airline. Maybe. I forgot to unlock these. This gives us more options. Actually, we can't necessarily do the airline just yet, as the only passenger cabin we have is that one. And that only works with that. We could also make our first helicopter. All right, we have enough science to unlock more here. All right, general construction gives us the FLT 400 fuel tank. All fuel tanks, which I like. Enhanced survivability gives us the 1.25 meter heat shield. And more parachutes. Gizmos gives us extendable panels. And then advanced rocketry gives us a few new engines. Nothing super spectacular-oso. Light control gives us the octo. We have the cube. This gives us the octo. And the rove mate. Small gyroscope. That's what we're going to need for the helicopter. We actually need it. We need some type of reaction wheel. All right, so I'm thinking enhanced survivability or advanced rocketry. Which one's going to help us right now, though? That's the thing, right? What's going to allow us to get more science? Like, larger fuel tanks isn't so much a thing because we're going to need better engines. And I'm going to need advanced rocketry and heavy rocketry. Think about this for a moment. All right, suborbital return. Are we able to do that? Did we upgrade this building? I don't remember. If we didn't, we need to. The first thing we're gonna do is go do that contract to make some money. I don't think we've updated the VAB yet. Or did we? Yep, nope, we did not. All right, we got to go do that survey contract. All right, so we're going to be making a better jet. One designed for better high altitude cruising. And unlocking these cockpits, though. Dude. Alright, so we're going to use this one. Because I don't want to spend 58 grand to unlock one of these other, you know, one of these other one of these other ones. Just yet. Alright, so we're going to go with the caged inline cockpit. Alright, we're still early jet mode, so No, that just looks... I can't do that. I can't do it. It just looks too silly. Thanks, Nap, for checking, Napsmore. I didn't think for the X1 cockpit there would be. I kind of figured more for the others. Yeah, we do have other cockpits, but man, they cost a fortune to unlock. All right, so this is the caged inline cockpit. This is the Mark 1/0. We have the Mark 1/1 here. And then, of course, we have the the bubble canopy inline cockpit. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and unlock the other one. At least it'll be a little bit more modern looking, I guess. But yeah, that's 58 grand.
Woo, doggy.
All right, batteries once again. I never unlocked the Juno? No, it's because we only had access to it for testing. Okay. Yeah, that's the only issue. Especially with swept wings, they put the center of lift so far back. These are angled far more than they need to be. We're gonna build our own wing. Similar to before, but ops. There's actually going to be nothing. Just a mid-wing panel. And those will be for roll. I move these a little bit. Actually, this needs no fuel. No fuel in that tank. I wish it was just a nose cone, not fuel. 16865. What's going on? How are you doing, man? Cheap. Yeah, a lot of the Airplane Plus cockpits take inspiration from real world aircraft. On your way to bed. And you're certain the last face that you want to see tonight is this one? Joker, what's up, man? Yeah, I do that a lot. It also adds for a lot more stability, especially if you don't have auto struts yet. Right, because any stress that's put on this is going to be on the cockpit. Technically, I really should probably attach the wings to the cockpit and gizmo them back out too, and not actually have them attached to this. In fact, I am going to do that. We're gonna move this a little bit here shortly. Actually have leading edge slats. Big wing equals longer cruising. Not the one I wanted. Darn it. A little bit of Z fighting, but it'll be all right. All right, it's going to be the KV2. I need a name. What should we name it? And I'm almost thinking about integrating those engines into the into the wing completely. Marilith, does it spin like a dreidel when it lawn darts? Sure. We're just gonna go ahead and answer that question as sure. All right, I need a name. What's a good name for a jet? What would that look like, actually? Yep, I think I'm gonna do that. It should really be up here, but that'll work. Obviously, I can't have flaps there. I know. I am still thinking the engines might look better into the fuselage than the wing. Yeah, I like that better. Albatross. Growler, nah. Yeah, this is meant to go higher and like far. The Albatross, Condor, or Frigate Bird. Yeah, we'll save Are We There Yet for one of your outer planet rockets. You know what? Why don't we just call it the Flyer? The KP-2A Flyer. I needed that to come up some. Alright, let's slap some science experiments on it. We'll give it a goo. Give it a barometer. And a thermometer. And I'm stick out so much. Action group that. Observe the goo. Log pressure. Log temperature. Report. And and hold on. I'm also going to slap in an experimental storage unit. Put an action group that. Select all, that way we can gather more crew report. We can gather more data in flight and bring it home. There's no fuel in this, so I have no problem using this as a structural piece. There's no fuel in it. Anything else before landing gear? Oh yeah, lights. Lights! Alright, we have our simplified aviation lights on. Merilith, we already have extra batteries. Right there. steering on those. May have to look at this out on the runway a little bit better. All right, spring strength. And bump this up to 2 for the main gear. Flag storage, ejection seat, tail number. We could put a tail number on it. Oh, nope. I forgot to install. I forgot. What mod is it that adds in numbers and letters? There's a mod where somebody created a whole bunch of numbers and, you know, and letters. The rocket orientation is about right. Alright, actually, I can just do this in mirror if I'm going to do that way. Somebody brought it up. Now I gotta play with my stickers. It's the flying princess. Well, not wrong. G-Speed, yeah, that works too, but why do that when someone's already done it for you? I think, is that the one I used before, Onka? No, that's the one on how to make your own. But it gives a lot more options with it, I believe. Although I haven't seen that one. That's the first time I've seen that one, Chief. Okay, yeah, that's the one. Okay, yeah, that is the one I used before then. Damn it, I don't want to add any more mods. I'm trying not to change the mod list. It's so easy to, miss even like little detail ones that you want to use. Yep. Alright, I think this is good enough. We haven't even test flown this plane yet. Let's take it out for a test flight. Who's flying today? Val. Val is gonna take it for a ride. That one's the closest. May not necessarily be the better one to go for, though. We'll fly to this one, then that one, and then we'll hit this one on the way back. All right, let's check our control surfaces. That is a whole lot of wing. All right, volume down here a little bit. All right, Val. Quick taxi test. So much more stable. All right, brake test. Need more brake power in the rear than the front. All right, let's go for takeoff. All right, gear coming up. easy airplane to fly, actually. I can already tell. Alright, let's come right. And even at this steep of a climb and bank angle, we're still accelerating. Actually, it isn't that far away. Alright, let's level it out. Well, I mean, bank-wise, not pitch-wise. Alright, speed's starting to drop a little bit. Let's drop it down to a 10-degree climb. We're at Mach 0.71 and accelerating. And we're still climbing. Up through 8,000 meters. Up to Mach 0.8. Passing 9,000 meters. Mach 0.85, we're up to 747 speeds, and 747s are one of the fastest, supersonic aircraft. Or in general aviation, when you start getting to the, private jets, they have some that cruise just under Mach 1. Now, I think like the Citation 10, one of its derivatives cruises at Mach 0.9 something. Alright, we're starting to decelerate here, but we're coming up on 11,000 meters. Alright, let's drop us down to a 5-degree climb. Alright, our elevators are starting to extend, so might need to come down a little bit from 11,000 meters. 10,000 is probably a better cruise altitude. As our speed comes up here, we should lose elevation on the elevators. You want to design your plane around cruise altitude, right? What altitude do you primarily cruise at, right? Because you want to minimize drag as much as possible, right? And control surface deflection is a lot of drag. 500 knots. Right, and you can tell by looking over here how much deflection we have. We're going to put our nose just above the horizon. We're going to lose some altitude, but our speed is going to come up even faster. Mach 0.91. Almost to waypoint 1 as well. We basically have 2 hours of flight time. We can fly quite far. Alright, we're at waypoint 1. Let's set waypoint 2. Coming right to new heading of 291, most likely by the time we get there. The thing about getting closer to Mach 1 is the airplane doesn't like to turn anymore. We're cruising at Mach 0.93. We're losing a little bit of flight time, but it doesn't matter for this flight. Alright, there's 2x fizz warp. Level out. Alright, there's waypoint 2. Got a little bit of a temperature there from the grasslands, so I'm going to take it. I'm going to come around a little bit harder. And almost a 2G turn. And look how awesome that cloud looks. Looks like 3x fizz warp's about the limit. That's when our wings start moving. Osmo flight to the moon. We're not ready to go there, but keep that positivity. Not the chosen one. Thank you so much, man, for that resub. Much appreciated, sir. Let's come back around over the highlands and the mountains and see if we can't get any more science. Right, while we're out here. This does not have a science junior on board. I'm certain this will not be our last airplane. We're over highlands. Nothing. Now we're over mountains. Anything? Oh, we already have that. Dude, look at that. Look at that cloud bed. All right, Val, bring it home. The idea of you building a last airplane is laughable. It is, isn't it? Just like right at like Mach 0.99. And as I said, we're air intake limited. And we're testing to see roughly what our stall speed is. So I'm going to put us in a 20-degree climb, zero out the throttle. And let's see what our stall speed is. Ish. Right around, wow, right around 37 meters a second or so. All right, we're gonna go flaps down. Gain a little bit of speed, just a little bit though. And do it again. Right around the same speed, about 35, 37 meters a second. We have a lot of wing. I'm willing to bet this can cruise around 12,000 meters altitude. I'm sure we'll get a chance to test that with something that is much further out. All right, no need to bring our speed way up. And we're just going to be landing here in a moment. And it's stable. Basically, 1x fizz warp is probably really, or 2x fizz warp should roughly be our limit. 1x fizz warp. By the way, if you really need to slow down and you don't have air brakes, side slip it. Right, just go full rudder off to one side. Wow, our rudder is really strong. Alright, gear coming down. Alright, flaps down. Oh, this rudder is really strong. Pappy says we're a little high, but it always, I seem to be like just above where Pappy likes me. All right, we are back safe and sound. So I do want to adjust the brake level up to 75%. Never go to 100% on brakes, by the way. Like, don't do it. It basically instantly locks the wheel. All right, but that is another contract in the books. All right, recover vessel. That mission paid for that cockpit. It cost us 58 grand to unlock that cockpit. All right, we brought back 0.8 science. All right, so hold that thought. This guy's gonna go punch the bladder reset button and grab a beverage, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I also came back with some Chips Ahoy cookies And dude, junk food is just too easy to flip and eat when you're streaming. It's because you just end up going with whatever's convenient when you need something to munch on. Joker mod check for which one? Scatterer? What do you mean? What are you talking about? You lost me. Oh, and trying out something different. All right, so I don't know if you guys remember Mr. Pibb. Anybody remember Mr. Pibb, especially if you're in the Midwest? Right, Mr. Pibb was he was like 90 some odd percent, the same as Dr. Pepper. And they lost a big old lawsuit, you know, ages ago. I guess they're starting to make a comeback. They made their own flavor. Hi, back. I'm Pancake. But yeah, so this is a zero sugar Mr. Pibb. Elixir of the wannabe gods.
Pretend elixir of the wannabe gods.
Merilith, I've never heard of this. That's actually not too bad. I've never heard of Vess. What is Vess? All right. We are going to have to put a materials, a science junior on that thing. Oh, mosquito. As we're going to need to see if we can't fly this to the tundra. What was it a knockoff of? Like, dude, there are so many knockoffs of Mr. Pibb. Or Dr. Pepper, I should say. All right, let's knock out these two tests. We can test the TR1L 25-inch ruggedized heavy-duty wheel and the heat shield. The 18.75 meter heat shield at the same time. And then we're already going to have to make a Bravo version of that with an extended fuselage with a Science Junior on board. Oh, I know that engine is not unlocked. There. Okay, so now we need to attach this heat shield for testing. And we need to attach... Alright, do we need to ruggedize the heavy duty or just the ruggedized? Yeah, we need the ruggedized heavy duty. Ruggedized heavy duty, which is this one. Alright, let's put this out on our test stand. On the test pad. With Hy-Vee, I don't know what that is either. Yeah, Jace Video, there's Dr. Thunder, there's what's the Shasta one? It's Dr. something. Alright, let's grab this, run test. And this, run test. See, I don't need a rocket motor pointing at it. I just need... run test. What do you think this is? Barris? And Jimmy, what was that version of Barris that you came up with, that we came up with that acronym for? Oh, what the hell did we come up with, man? Because it was funny as shit. Alright, let's recover that. What was the acronym though? Something about getting slapped. Boat slam, that's what it was. Yes, boat slam. Oh yeah, bend over and take the spanking like a man. That's what it was. Man, that was as an apt of a acronym as MAD is, right? For mutually assured destruction, you know, with nuclear weapons. Boat slam and Barris, dude. That was, yes. Yeah, Bohica, bend over, here it comes again. But yeah, bend over and take the spanking like a man. Yeah, Natswar, it's weird because have you ever Natswar, have you ever played with EVA repairs, or even before that Barris? And Barris itself is actually a acronym. But basically, it makes you have to test parts. You have to do all these other things. Big anger, ravenous ingester of spacecraft. Yeah, and Barris, like all of a sudden your craft would just explode, or like Barris was like super hardcore, right? And we were playing it, and MGB was making a couple of tweaks, and we just like, because he was just like, yeah, bend over and take the spanking like a man. Oh man, yeah, Barris was woof, man. Yeah, you want to see a grown man cry like a 6-year-old little girl? Install Barris. Yeah, and then he took the best parts of Barris and made EVA repairs. EVA repairs, actually, I like that mod. And my 1/4 real scale install that I'm still building, it has EVA repairs. EVA repairs is like, oh, scrap, but I like EVA repairs better. There's a couple of differences between them. And Barris is way worse than oh, scrap, dude. Barris is bad. EVA repairs. EVA repairs that actually uses repair kits and stuff. It's more flexible than oh, scrap. Oh, scrap isn't that flexible. Right, and EVA repairs is also like in your, when you start your save, or actually I think you can adjust it at any point in time, actually, right? MGB. But MGB is the mod author of EVA repairs. If you guys don't know, MGB 125 is Angel 125. He's Angel 125 on the forums and on CCAN. But MGB 125 and Angel 125, same guy, same person. But yeah, you can adjust how rough you want to take it, right? How much lube do you want? How much lube do you need? But yeah, and that's why, as I said, he came up with for Barris, but man, because Barris was like hardcore. That one variant of it, or an update for it, and it was literally bend over and take the spanking like a man. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, how much lube do you need? And I like where you went with Barris, and I'm sure there are still people that use it. Oh, I forgot about the event cards. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. I forgot about the event cards. JSP, yeah, there's also one called Dang It. I think Linux Guru Gamer still maintains that one. Yeah, the Boat Slam edition. Because it's gonna leave a handprint. Oh yeah, Kerbals go on strike. And you, I think like what I gave up on Barris is they went on strike during re-entry. They went on strike, come back from Moon or Mimnus, and I couldn't activate the parachutes. Like, it's like you assholes, you're gonna die. Hit me with a stretch. All right. That contract is knocked out. All right, we need to be splashed down for that one. And we need to go up to, we need to fly to Kerbin's Tundra for this one. But we also need to bring a material study. That means a longer fuselage because we got to put in a Science Junior. Or less fuel, which is really not really an option. Oh yeah, you got charged for everything with Actually, I'm going to use this to bring the fuel tank back even further. Well, that actually puts the center lift right where I want it. Main gear, though, have to come back. That actually puts the center lift right where I would want it. Right, but the center mass is going to go forward as fuel drains. Actually, that doesn't move that far. That's not that bad. I was thinking about making this the Bravo version, but I actually might just keep this the Alpha. With that Science Junior on board. Our mass is like right at 7 tons, fully fueled. Yeah, we're just going to consider that the upgrade. And if really, if I wanted to, I could also add more fuel, which would bring this back even further. Almost dangerously so. Or even if we really wanted to fly even further, drop tanks. Yeah, Alpha Block 2. So we have about 2 hours of flight time in this configuration. We actually have more than enough thrust to be able to increase mass. Oh, I didn't install a fuel switch with this. Oh, wait. Yep, because I can do that. Big old tank of liquid fuel. And these are purposely not drop tanks. All right, this would just be a really long range version. This I would make a Bravo because we wouldn't always want or need the tanks. Even these I think are too big. That'd bring the liquid fuel way up. That way they actually sit level and they're not angled up with the wings. All right, this will be the B model. All right, save it. And I'll make these priority 1 so it pulls fuel from these first. Oh, and I guess I need to set that to priority 1 as well. There we go. Ground clearance should be fine. especially now, you know, with the shorter tank version here. But I can also slide them up slightly. Yeah, ground clearance is gonna be great. All right, I'm not gonna have time today to be able to fly this thing to the Tundra and back, but we will see how much flight time we actually have. Right, we will take this for a test flight and see how much flight time do we have, and then from there we can extrapolate roughly how far we can fly. I don't have any pilots available. They're both took the day off. All right, we got a warp a date. Also, don't forget, 12-hour stream tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. my time, which is Pacific time. But 12-hour stream, we're going to be doing the beginning of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. All right, tomorrow will be the first 12-hour stream. Thanking you guys for for the donations for helping me get a new chair. So tomorrow will be the first 12-hour stream. Tuesday, which is Veterans Day. I can't believe Tuesday's Veterans Day already. So Tuesday will be another 12-hour stream. And then next Friday will be another 12-hour stream. Right? And for each $100 donated, I'll do another one. Jesus Christ be praised. Yes. So Black Knight gifted Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to the stream. If anybody remembers the original Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's an awesome game. I highly recommend it. If you pick it up when you know on a Steam sale, whatever it is, but it is, I highly recommend it. It is an amazing RPG. Oh, is it J-Speed? Link it up if you would, if you don't mind, if you can, or I can, I guess. I have Steam open. One moment, I'll do it. Oh, it is on sale. $6, $7 with all the DLC. Right, that's the first one. Oh, the second one's also on sale, 40% off. Well, you know what's funny? Well, I hope Black Knight's not gonna watch this later, but he paid full price for it because it wasn't on sale last week when he sent it to me. Oh well. There you go. The Canberra hippie reminds you of the Canberra. It kind of does a little bit, right? All right, so I don't have any of the DLCs for it. G-Speed, I think it is for because this just came out this year. And I guess we should probably do a trailer for it, right? If I can get Google to or YouTube to cooperate. Of course, I gotta get through this ad. Hold on, I'll switch scenes here in a second. Desktop. Peggy, 18. So this is what we'll be doing tomorrow.
Is that what you really want, son? No matter how many people you kill, you can't change what's happened.
That's Henry, a real true-to-God peasant.
Ordentes fortuna juvat!
What does that actually mean?
Fortune favors the brave.
All we have to do is deliver a letter to Lord Otto von Bergov and ride back again. So I wouldn't expect much excitement there.
Hans, look at me.
Right, but this is like real history, but with a fictional character. So there's no dragons or magic or any of that.
It's a nasty business. And it is better to have your head on your neck and your foe on his knees than the other way around.
These days we have all sorts of vagabonds, drifters, outlaws, and
Yeah, alchemy, yeah.
roaming the country. I urge you all to be vigilant. You know who I am!
You can't kill me. You're the same as me. You play the game. But you don't understand the rules. And in the end, you'll lose.
And apparently in the second one, you have a lot more choices than the first one.
Sigismund is mustering his allies and their armed forces to cut.
And it more or less, it picks up like right after the end of the first one. But I don't think you have to play the first one to get there or to understand it. But that's what we'll be doing tomorrow for our first 12-hour stream. That's okay, there's a tutorial. Yes. All right, let's warp to the next morning. Actually, you know what? Let's warp partially towards another day. Is I want let's see the sunrise. Look at the clouds. Oh, there's the rain. Came by. There's that sunset. Yep, there we go. There's a storm right there, but we have the sunrise coming up. Right, so we get some spectacular sights. Right, so this is just going to be a test flight to see how much flight range we actually have in this thing. All right, Jeb is flying this time. All right, and this is the long-range flyer. J-Speed, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, it's like, the same with like Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 made a, an absolute killing. Right, without having to do all kinds of silly, microtransactions, which Ubisoft says it's part of the fun.
Bullshit!
All right, let's get that set. Get that set. I set this correctly? No, I did. All right. All right, punch it, Jeb. Let's hit that 20-degree climb into that sunrise. All right, then we'll drop the nose to 15 just so we accelerate faster. Yeah, it's Ubisoft. They have to compromise somewhere. It's not UB hard. So we have a little over an hour of flight time at low altitude and max throttle. As we continue to climb, right, and our speed is now at Mach 0.6. That's awesome with the red clouds underneath. Yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? I said, wait until you see like sunrise or sunset, man. It's like, wow. All right, JSP, take it easy, buddy. Enjoy your commute home. Sounds like fun. All right, our flight time has climbed up to 1 hour and 46 minutes. Our speed's starting to drop, so I'm going to lower us down to a 10-degree climb. I'm going to keep at least 200 meters a second. And as I said, this evening I'm going to make a YouTube video for how to mod Kerbal Space Program, or the process that I go through. Man, how good does that look? All right, flight time's up over 2 hours. All right, once we get to 10 kilometers, I'm going to drop the note. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do it now to 5-degree climb. And our flight time just jumped to 2 hours and 18 minutes. Mirrorlift? No, not at this speed. I'm gonna let our speed come up, so we're gonna lose a little bit of altitude here. Our flight time really isn't gonna change too much. This is hardly any more flight time than the other version, without the wing tanks. You can kind of figure it out, right? So it's a I believe if you go to orbital while you're sitting still, it's 175 meters per second, and that's how fast Kerbin's rotating, right? And that's 6 hours. So if you double that, right? So that's now 350 meters a second. It would take you 3 hours. So you would need 3 hours of flight time flying at 350 meters per second in order to be able to circumnavigate. It is 175 meters a second, right? That's the rotational speed of Kerbin. Marilith? No. Because you remember, the atmosphere rotates with the planet. So it doesn't matter whether you're going east, west, north, south. Because you're staying in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere rotates with the planet. 174? Alright, 175, close enough. You have to remember, I haven't played in like 3 years until we started doing this, so some of the details get a little fuzzy. Yeah, so we have a little over 2 hours of flight time. That'll probably climb, because we'll actually be able to climb as we lose mass, right, as we burn fuel. So I think it's safe to say that it's 2.5 hours of flight time. Maybe 3, maybe. So that's enough. This is enough to fly to the southern, or to the tundra and back. Maybe even to the pole and back. Because at that point you're flying halfway around the planet. That's enough to go. That's enough to go to the pole and back. All right, let's bring this home. That little extra bit of science. Well, that's right, that's more. You said you're a former Marine, right? Now, my little brother's a former Marine. Army's better, just saying. 14 years on active duty? Man, you went twice as long as I did. I told you how I got my jump wings, right? How I got them pinned on, I should say. From a four-star Force Recon Marine General. So when I was going through airborne school, they separate you up into different what they call sticks. Right? It's basically the group of people that you get on an aircraft with. Right? And I was the only Army guy in the stick. Everybody else in the stick, and I think it's like, what, 10 to 14 people in the stick? I don't remember exactly how many. But I was the only Army guy in the stick. Everybody else, you know, was Force Recon Marines. Well, and are training to be Force Recon Marines. Right? And the four-star general in charge, you know, the commander of the Force Recon, right, came to pin their jump wings on, and he grunted at it. He was like a short, stocky guy, right? He kind of grunted at me because I was like the third person in. He grunted at me, right, as he went by, pinning the wings on everybody else, right, and like punching them in, you know, and doing blood wings, right, where you pin the wings on and then into the chest. After he did all the Marines, as he's walking back, he's like, what the hell? And he pins my jump wings on, and he punched me in the chest so flippin' hard. Dude, I had to take a knee. I thought I was gonna pass out. Like, I mean, it was like, and dude, I had a bruised outline of the wings and his fist, you know, and the 2 dots in my chest for a few weeks, dude. That hurt so bad. Yeah, I had my jump wings pinned on by a 4-star Force Recon Marine. So, and I did 2 training missions when I was in, where we played Op 4 against the Force Recon guys. We need to be going down already. We are way too high. Man, dude, look at that sky. Oh my god.
Eat your heart out Microsoft Flight Simulator.
looks so good. Our parts look out of place next to these clouds. They're so good. So, Knapsmore, where were you stationed? I'm guessing with 14 years you were a few places. And throttle down to lose some airspeed. I wanted to find out with this test flight. Again, is can this thing fly to the poles and back? Not both, obviously, at the same time, but just one. I still can't, dude. I cannot believe that this is KSP-1. This looks even way better than KSP-2 ever tried to look. Alright, gear coming down. Alright, flaps down. Throttle up. Sirens. Boot camp at San Diego, tech school in Tennessee, and back to Viejo, Okinawa, Philippines. Boy, you spent a lot of time off the West Coast, dude. That's one bad thing about being from California and going in the Army. The odds of you being stationed in California are pretty much zero. Right, you got Fort Irwin, and that's it. And there's not much there. And it's mostly a training facility. For cavalry. And Pappy says we're high. But this thing wanted to veer off as soon as we touched down. All right, but yeah, this is to me, or does it seem off angle? Shouldn't be. Alright. Let's recover vessel. Okay, so now our next Kerbal stream, which will be Saturday, we know that we can fly to the pole, right? Or Tundra. Really, we need to go to the Tundra for that other contract. Oh, gee. Wonder why the Marines are stationed near coastlines. All right, and we brought back 1.9 science. But seriously, how awesome was that sunset? And now I gotta wait for an ad to end. I should have hit snooze on it. I just missed it. So one bad thing about wearing the hat, the bill, I can't see the ad break notification unless I physically look up. I guess I could have, well, you know what? We can do that real quick. Well, let's see what the actual rotational speed is. But I think Nasmor's right. I think it is 174 meters per second. Easy enough to find out. Just put something out on a pad or on the runway. And just, yeah, it's 175 meters per second. I was right. Watch it be 174.325. No, it's 175 meters a second. Right, so if you're traveling at 175 meters per second, it would take you would need 6 hours of flight time to be able to fly around Kerbin. Right, if you could fly at 350 meters per second, it would take you 3 hours, right, to fly around Kerbin. If you had that much, if you had the flight time. Right, if you want to do it in real time, right? If you have auto strut unlocked and you design a good plane, you can go into 4x phys warp, so it'd only be 1/4 of that time. Right, now obviously if you could do 700 meters per second, you know, you're now down to an hour, hour and a half of flight time. Right, and if you can do 1400 meters per second, you're now down to 45 minutes. You only need 45 minutes of flight time at that speed. Now, it actually doesn't take much to make an air... Well, you can do it. You need I would like to do it reasonably. You need Panthers. Right, you need to be able to fly supersonic. Otherwise, it feels really silly because you're flying for a really long flipping time. It's a long flight. Polaris, you want to go 2,000 meters per second at that speed? You might as well be in orbit. What's up, Polaris? How are you doing today? VTOL it is. Hey, Polaris, you don't happen to play Star Citizen, do you? You used to. So what you're really saying is that you're on break from it. The reason I ask is there's a ship now called the Polaris in the game. Now, this plane can because I've done it. This plane can circumnavigate Kerbin. Even with just the one Panther, because this plane doesn't weigh that much. It's like 9 tons. Like when you get up to altitude, you don't actually use that much fuel. I believe I have another one too that's not much bigger. Actually, it might even be smaller. Do I have it in here? Where is it? Yes, no, maybe so. Maybe not. Maybe not. Nope, I don't. It's in a different save. Interesting. But this one can also circumnavigate the planet pretty easily. This takes about like 15. It's about actually 18 to 20 minutes of real time. Right, cruised in a Mach 4 to go around the planet. You can. Oh, it's not. Polaris, when was the last time you played? It's not that difficult to make money in game. And they even raise the prices of ships in game and vehicles. The biggest thing, Polaris, is that you won't make money playing solo. I shouldn't say you won't make money, but it's a lot harder to make money playing solo. You can make much more money in a lot less time by playing with a small group. Or even just one other person. And if you really want to make money, the easiest way is to sell to other players. Sell them something that they want, like Wicklow favors now, right? Like Wicklow flavor or anything for Wicklow, players will pay millions of credits for it. And that stuff you can like selling to other players. Like if you want to use the in-game mechanics to make money, you know, just flying missions, yeah, that's going to take you a long time, right? But if you get a hold of loot that other players want, even doing it solo, yeah, you can easily make millions in a short amount of time. But Polaris, that being said, if you're looking for, yeah, we're talking about Star Citizen. What is this launch vehicle? I don't remember this. Yeah, when was the last time you played? Because you may not. I have a feeling that you have no idea what I'm talking about. Well, I haven't really played Star Citizen since Invictus May. Oh, only 2 months ago? Well, Wicklow was in 2 months ago. I haven't done it. That's more recent than the last time I played. I mean, I did play during one day during CitizenCon, but otherwise I haven't really played since Invictus. Which was in May. All right, but boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Rocketeers all, I needed to call it a day here. I'm actually probably a little late running, or went over, as I need to help my next door neighbor put some stuff together. And then I gotta take Delta to the park, and then I gotta make dinner. And then come back and make a tutorial on how to actually install mods in Kerbal Space Program. The big thing with like Star Citizen is it's like hit or miss, right? It's like dating a supermodel, like right, like when it works,
God damn.
But when it doesn't,
Blah, blah, blah.
All right, and don't forget, tomorrow is a 12-hour stream tomorrow of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. All right, but you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever it may be. And let's see here. Let's see who we can go hang out with. Let's see who we can give some lovin'. Bishimoda is doing some... Is he doing RSS? I think yesterday he said he was doing some RSS. But Bishimoda is a long-time viewer of the channel. He goes way, way back. He's been around the Kerbal community for a very long time. Yeah, he's doing RSS RO. All right, so we're gonna go hang out with Bishimoto. So you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever it may be. I'll see you guys tomorrow for 12 hours.
12 hours, dude.
All right, have a good night, everybody, and thank you again.
Difference of 603 meters per second. So instead of 2705, Rocketology, welcome in. Coming in. How's it going, buddy? What were you up to today? Oh, Kerbal Space